Swap Dan.
All right, it's 7:02. We'll call the city council meeting for Thursday, August 20th to order. We'll start with roll call. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Thornton.
Here.
Councilmember Morris.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Here.
Mayor Snyder's here. Next, if you rise for invocation, we'll be led tonight by Pastor Arthur Spence of Little Ebenezer Baptist Church.
Amen. Good evening. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we give you glory, honor, and praise, Lord. We ask, Lord, to bless us, Lord, as we go into, Lord, this meeting, Lord. We ask, Lord, to bless, Lord, the council members, Lord. Bless the mayor, God. Lord, bless all that are here, Lord. We ask, Lord, to keep us, lead us, and guide us, Lord. Direct us, Lord, and ask, Lord, to continue, Lord, to bless us, Heavenly Father, as we grow and get bigger, God. And, Lord, let us also be a blessing to someone else, Lord. As we leave this place, but never your presence, Lord. Have your angels of protection around us, Lord, and let us get to our destination safely, Lord. We give you all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. I didn't see any public comment. We're good there?
Only for item 7-1. Or is that,
Oh, executive. Seven one, okay. Then that brings us up to item 6-1, Chamber of Commerce quarterly update. I told you, Joe, we're booking tonight.
Going home at 2 a.m. tonight?
All up to you.
I can't believe it. We're up here real quick. Well, guys, I thank you for allowing us to come up here to do our presentation. This evening, you may have a question about the gentleman next to me. When I delve into the update, I will let you guys know who he is. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Before I get into our quarterly update, I want to take just a moment because tonight is a little bit different for me, Area Chamber of Commerce. As I complete my service on the Chamber Board of Directors, this will be my final quarterly update. It's truly been an honor to represent the Chamber before the city, and more importantly, to be part of the tremendous growth and momentum we have seen throughout Hutto. With that said, the gentleman next to me, I also have the pleasure tonight to introduce to you Mr. A.J. Bingham of the Bingham Group. He will be taking my place and providing these updates going forward. A.J. is a respected business and community leader, and I know he will do a great job representing the Chamber and continuing to strengthen the relationship between the Chamber, the city, and our business community. Now, let's go to the update. This evening, I'd like to start the update with something very special. We have hit a very monumental peak in our tenure in the last 2 to 3 years. We have some big news, and you guys know what the news is. This quarter, the big news is the sale of our current chamber property and the beginning of the design process for our new building and location. What makes this milestone especially significant is that this new facility is being made possible through a partnership between the Hutto Area Chamber of Commerce, the City of Hutto, and the Hutto Economic Development Corporation. On behalf of the Chamber, I want to extend a huge thank you to the Hutto City Council and the Hutto Economic Development Corporation for your partnership, your support, and your continued investment in our business community. This is much more than just a new chamber building. It represents what can happen when the city, the EDC, and the chamber work together with a common purpose. As Hutto continues to grow, our chamber must grow with it. This new home will give us an opportunity to better serve our members, support our businesses, welcome new businesses into the Hutto community, and continue building partnerships that are so important to Hutto's future. It is a significant milestone for the Chamber, and we are extremely excited about what is ahead. We look forward to sharing more with the community as the design and development process moves forward. Second item, our membership and growth. Our membership and growth has kept very consistent over the last year or so. We're averaging approximately 450 members. We have experienced tremendous growth in two areas, 60% growth in our monthly luncheons and 111% growth in our chamber programs. Those numbers tell us that our business community isn't simply joining the chamber, they are getting involved, participating, and utilizing the chamber as a resource. Next item, business and community engagement. During this last quarter, we celebrated 10 ribbon cutting, which shows a continuation of many of the companies in the surrounding area coming to Hutto, and we continue to celebrate their relocation and location. We also offered 3 small business workshops focused on practical issues facing business owners, and they are employee retention, CPR certification, and profit-driven sales. In addition, we offered an AL workshop helping our business community better understand how this technology can be used in today's business environment. We also partnered with the Hutto EDC on a small business initiative utilizing LinkedIn Learning, providing another resource to support and develop our local businesses. And toward the end of this last quarter, this last month, should I say, we've also hosted a developers networking mixer, in which many of you usually do attend. This last mixer, we attracted more than 90 attendees who were eager to hear about development and what is ahead for the Hutto area. The response was tremendous, and we will continue that momentum with our next developers networking mixer on November 1st, which yours truly here, Mr. Mike Snyder, Mayor, will be our featured speaker. In reference to upcoming events, I have 2 that I'm going to focus on because they're basically in August and they are next week. The biggie is going to be the Central Texas Korea Summit, which will be August 26, 2026. That'll be in Taylor this year. Last year we had it here in Hutto. The time for that is 4:30, and it will be held at the Wilco Expo Center in Taylor. We are also going to have the We Are Blood Drive. That is also this month, August 28th, 2026. And while we are finishing out a very active 2026, the Chamber is already gearing up for 2027 with some great programming and initiatives ahead. We will be focusing on the new initiatives in December, which will be our retreat, and we will be collaborating with everyone to set forth an agenda for 2027. In closing, as I give my final quarterly report, I want to close simply by saying thank you. Thank you to the Mayor, City Council, City staff, the Hutto Economic Development Corporation, our Chamber staff, our Board of Directors, our members, and all of the community partners who continue to work together for Hutto. I've had the privilege of watching this community grow, and I have been fortunate to play a small part in that growth. One thing I have learned during my time serving the Chamber is that Hutto's success has never been about one organization or one individual. It happens when the city, the Chamber, the EDC, our schools, our businesses, and our community work together. I'm proud of what we have accomplished, but I'm even more excited about what's ahead. The Chamber is strong, our business community is engaged, we are preparing for a new home, and Hutto continues to move forward. It's been an honor to provide these updates for the past 3 years, and even greater honor to serve this community. Thank you, guys. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Joe.
Any questions? Well, we hope to see you guys next week at the Korea Summit in Taylor. It was
I'd like to say that I appreciate your 6-year term, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
I've been more involved in the chamber here in the last 3 or 4 years, and I think at your coffee with the chairman, you had mentioned that when you came on, we had around 240 members, and now we're at the 450. So that's a testament not only to yourself, but the group around you. And so look, wonderful and great things for you. Also want to welcome Mr. Bingham to a wonderful group here, and appreciate your stepping up, and also looking forward to working with you and the rest of the board. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I do remember that very first presentation, and the number of members at that time were 280. And I remember that specifically because I started going back and looking at my notes going, wow, we have come a long ways. But it's been a lot of hard work for the chamber, the board, staff. We've gone through a lot of changes over the last 3 years or so, council, but the growth in Hutto has really pushed that forward. I mean, and it's just going to get bigger and better, and that's why the city and the chamber need to work together, and of course, create that pathway forward, because we all know it's not going to stop here. So thank you for everything you guys do, and if you need anything, please let us know.
Thank you.
And Joe, and I second what Councilman Morris was saying. I remember back when we first talked, and I said, man, I really would like to see you guys up here quarterly, and I know it's kind of a new thing in the chamber, coming to us and presenting. I'm looking forward, AJ, to you being part of that process and us continuing to grow it. To me, I think I put out there somewhere recently that you can't have your city can only grow so far without a strong business community, and so you really got to have a strong business community, because ultimately we're trying to push let's be honest, we're trying to push the taxes off on the commercial sector. And in order to do that, they have to be strong, they have to be profitable, and they have to be, well run. And so I think it's a partnership to where we have to help you guys grow and succeed, and you all help them grow and succeed, so we can lessen the burden on everybody and kind of spread it out and get more people to come to Hutto. And I think we've seen that growth. I think it's been really a partnership. The events you guys have, the things you guys are doing, the meetings, it's all working together. I mean, back before Joe got here, it wasn't always like that. And so I think what you had growth, but it wasn't like we're doing it now. And I don't know what exactly's changed other than the leadership that Joe's provided over the past several years, to where it's kind of got people to go, because he's bringing experience from other chambers and from the banking, and be able to say, hey, so thank you for everything. You've done great. And I guess this means you'll be here more now than ever, because you'll free up time not be at the chamber. So now you'll have time to be at more events.
Come and hang out with us.
Yeah,
So,
that and
Looking forward to seeing you, in your day role instead of your evening role.
and see that building through. We're going
Yeah.
to make sure we see that building through. So thank you guys for that.
And AJ, anything you wanna say for?
No, I just look forward to working with you all next Q4 and on. So I look forward to connect with you all individually as well, and doing Joe's good work and the rest of the board's good work.
I'm gonna reach out and see if he's got one more expense lunch he can handle, and we can sit down and talk before he bails.
Like that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
you,
Good job, Joe. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Joe. Congratulations. Yeah.
All right. Next, we have item 6.2, consideration possible action approving a wholesale wastewater rate.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alberta Barrett, Finance Director, for the record. So tonight I'm going to turn it over to Jason Gray, who's with Wilden Financial Services, to walk you through the wholesale wastewater rate study analysis. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Alberta. Mayor, Council. Again, Jason Gray, Vice President with Wildan Financial. Thankfully, tonight, the wholesale wastewater rates will be a much shorter presentation than water and wastewater rates for community as a whole. We've got 7 or 8 slides here to walk through what we're recommending you charge for wholesale rate to Taylor and Round Rock to accept, convey, and treat their wastewater for portions of their community. So with that, again, just a few slides here. Some similarities with retail rates that you charge your retail customers, those that actually receive water from you on a retail basis, your houses, your businesses, and from a wholesale perspective. Normally, we see 3 different portions that go into a volumetric charge for wholesale. That is a proportional cost of the operating and maintaining the system as a whole. Proportional cost generally is decided by how much volume is being sent to the system by those wholesale customers, proportional cost of administering the system as a whole, and then a per gallon cost of treating the volume itself. Those costs can fluctuate on a year-to-year basis, particularly the third piece of that, the per gallon cost of treating. As you can probably imagine, wastewater and water utilities both are sort of economies of scale type businesses where the more waste you're accepting, so long as it's underneath the capacity of the plant, the lower the per thousand cost tends to be. So you'll see that play out here. But then the bigger portion tends to be a fixed charge that is based on the proportional cost of what those systems are using as part of the infrastructure that you have in place. So what we do is we look at only the lines and the plants and the lift stations and all the infrastructure that will be used to convey the wastewater from Taylor or Round Rock, and look at that and allocate those costs proportionally out to them. So just for instance, if there's a 10-inch sewer line out there and Round Rock is using 10% of that line, they would be assigned 10% of the cost, essentially. So I think you get the idea there, just generally speaking. So again, although we have a recommended fixed charge and volume charge, it is calculated a bit differently from the way that we calculate these kinds of rates for your homeowners and for your businesses, but they do express themselves typically in a fixed charge and a volume charge. I won't go through all the numbers on this, but essentially 2027, that first column, we've done a 5-year look ahead here. We expect your treatment cost to be about $6.7 million, and that is the treatment component. That is excluding debt service. You don't include debt service as a portion of the treatment cost and of the O&M because you pick that up on the infrastructure side. And then we take a look at your total wastewater flows. Right now, you've got about 602 million gallons going into the 2 different plants. So your cost per unit on a per 1,000-gallon basis is about $6.55. You can see that over time, that goes down to $5.18 by 2031, the bottom line there. $5.18 per 1,000 gallons. Even though your total treatment cost has increased to $8.6 million, your projected flows go up by, a little over 50% to 974 million gallons. So that brings the total treatment cost to $5.18 per 1,000. I'm not going to go through line by line on the pieces of infrastructure that we've included as part of this, but you'll see here we have backed out for Taylor from their perspective. They did contribute a portion of an ARPA grant, and so we've backed that out, made sure that they got credit for that. And then we take a look at their flow as a percentage of the total line capacity. So just by way of example, the first project there, the Southeast Loop Interceptor Phase 2, in this case, Taylor would have 5.77% of the line capacity. They'd have an allocated cost of $398,903, and then we take that onto an annual basis of what's the total debt service cost for that line. It's $30,000 and $30,666 for that particular line. And you can see there the remainder of the infrastructure. I'll point out the last item there is the South Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 1 expansion. That's the big ticket item, $992,000 in annual cost that's associated with Taylor, the rest of the lines essentially. When we look at Round Rock, same kind of idea. No ARPA grant there that gets attributed to Round Rock, and so we've got a few less columns here, but the same idea of taking each line, figuring out what their flow capacity is within each of those lines and what their share of the cost is for those lines. Which then brings us down to, again, calculating the cost for 2027 alone, and we are recommending a 5-year average on your volume charge, but for 2027 alone, $6.55 per 1,000 gallons to treat, and then you can see the base charge for Taylor there. We're recommending $1.559,348 million per year based on their proportional share of the infrastructure that serves them. That's $129,949.19 a month. For Round Rock, same charge on the volume side because that doesn't change regardless of who's sending, but they use a significantly smaller portion of the infrastructure, so their charge would be $3405.23 a month or $40,821 a year. So what we're recommending to you tonight is that you set those as the capacity charges for Taylor, $129,945.69, and that is on a monthly basis, and then Round Rock capacity charge at $3,401.73 per month, and that you also charge them on a volume basis for any flow that they send to your plant, $5.58, which is the average estimated cost of treating the sewage over the first 5 years of the contract. With that, happy to take any questions that you've got. Well, actually, I got one more slide here, I guess. Example monthly bills. So there on the top there, you can see Taylor, if we go out to say 2029, 2,000 living unit equivalents. We don't know whether, how quickly that particular development will grow, but that's essentially full capacity for them. If they're at that stage, they'd be charged $129,945 a month for the capacity charge, $3.20 for the customer cost, $88,892.31 for the estimated volume charge for 2,000 units, which would mean their total monthly bill would be $218,841.20. On a per unit basis, that's about $109.42, which is not far off from your fixed rate that you charge for individual sewage customers that don't have a water meter with you. Round Rock, I won't go through the numbers in the same detail, but the same idea: capacity charge, a customer charge, and the volume charge that goes along with it. Average, or the estimated revenues once it gets to full build out, is approaching $2.7 million on an annual basis. With that, be happy to take any questions that you have.
I have a question about, I'm looking at the page where it's decreasing from 2027 to 2031 of 655 for the volume-based rates, going down to 518 in 2031. What were the previous rates?
You have not charged a wholesale rate in the past.
Okay,
This will be establishing your first wholesale rate.
okay. And then as far as so that's then the last slide, or next last slide, is where you have 558 for volume charge for the first 5 years. We don't have anything in the past for that either then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the 558 is simply the estimated volume cost for you over the first 5 years.
Correct.
So do we currently have any agreements with Taylor or Round Rock to provide them wholesale wastewater? And don't those agreements already spell out what the rate's going to be?
Go ahead, Sarah. I'll let you.
Mayor, Council, Sarah Cervantes, Executive Director of Community Services, for the record. We have two agreements that are ongoing and pending. They're in draft form, and we've been waiting for this agreement, for this rate to be finalized. We do have an agreement that is retail wastewater outside of our CCN that you've probably seen before. That might be the one that you're thinking of. But we have two that are in draft form that are awaiting this to go through. I believe the one with Taylor, they had offered to pay our retail rate to start, but we were so close to finishing. We were just waiting for this to clarify, and then that agreement should be up and running in the next week or so and be brought to you probably by next month.
So what was the rate on the retail agreement one?
I'd have to look in our, whatever's in our fee schedule. And it wasn't detailed. We didn't call out in that agreement, an actual dollar amount. It referenced our fee schedule. So if our fee schedule changes, that rate automatically changes in the agreement. We don't have to amend anything. So it'll be something similar.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is when we're here now, we're establishing a rate.
Correct.
And I was like, well, if we establish a rate, are we going to have to, and we're just negotiating this once, or is it going to change will it change yearly as our rates change?
So it'll be in the document, at least the first round that I proposed, that the rate is going to be what's reflected in our rate schedule. So if we update that rate schedule, it'll automatically change what's in the agreement rather than calling out the specific dollar amount. So to make sure that things are catching up, but we're not having to amend things to change specific amounts in that document.
All right, and then if you go forward a slide. Another slide. Okay, yeah, right there, that's fine. So are we saying that we're going to ask for not only a capacity charge, but then also a volume charge?
Correct.
Is that normal? Like, this is new for me.
It is normal, yes. Again, so when we're talking about wholesale, again, for the benefit of the community that may be watching, the difference between wholesale and retail is where you send the user a bill. So all of your homeowners, all of your businesses, those kinds of things that have utility accounts with you, those are your retail customers. And you do have retail customers that are both inside the city limits and outside the city limits in your ETJ. A wholesale customer, on the other hand, is you'd be sending a bill to the city of Taylor or to the city of Round Rock. And so the cost structure is entirely different because you're not going out there and you're not working with 2,048 different customers. You're dealing with two customers. And so the way that you calculate the wholesale charges is fundamentally different than the way that you calculate retail charges. So, again, when you look at it, what we're looking at is the capacity charge is based entirely on the infrastructure cost and their proportional share of that infrastructure cost. We wouldn't expect that to change until those bonds are paid off. The volume charge, again, in working with your staff, we've come up with a 5-year average so that you're not having to go back in year after year and change the volume rate based on what the actual volume was calculated out as from the previous year or a look ahead for the next year or whatever the case may be. Different utilities do that different ways. Not uncommon whatsoever to have both a capacity charge and a volume charge because you've got a lot of fixed costs, whether they send you a gallon of sewage or not, and whether they actually develop those homes or not. You've put in infrastructure, you've reserved capacity within those plants. Those costs are real and fixed from your perspective. Those are costs that should be passed on to those wholesale customers, regardless of how many customers they actually bring onto the system.
And we talked to the cities, 'cause this is so new to me to where I'm a little hesitant right now to say, yeah, I'll pass this and say yes, and all of a sudden I get a phone call tomorrow going, you guys trying to gouge us here? What's up? Does anybody over there, like at, say, Taylor, do they know that we're looking for $130,000 a month just to, because if I'm layman's terms, it's $130,000 just to use it, and then as you use it, so do they know something about that to where when we pass this, they're not going to be blindsided, or it's just going to be new to them?
I can't speak to their knowledge in general on what the costs are since we're just now seeing these, but they have been very well aware and in the loop that we are doing a full study to make sure that the rate that is passed is going to be accurate to account for all of the costs on our side of things. I don't know if they're familiar on their end with what this typically looks like. I couldn't speak to them being.
I mean, how long have we had these numbers? Staff-wise, like how long, when did you first see these? Like 5 minutes ago or?
Correct, yeah.
Holy
yeah.
crap.
We've been waiting on, so that may not be true for Alberta in the study process of things, but we've been waiting on the conclusion of all of that analysis to be passed by you as a body so I could then incorporate those into the agreement.
Oh, I was thinking like you guys had seen this for a week or so, a phone call to Taylor, like, hey, we don't know exactly, our council's kind of chaotic. They may do this, they may not, we don't know, but literally this may be the first time.
Correct, for me, yes, in handling those agreements. I can't speak for the finance side, but.
And they wake up tomorrow with a $120,000 bill.
Well, okay, so for the record, James, our
Thank
city
you
manager.
thank you for agreeing to work with us.
Golly.
So first and foremost, the infrastructure is not yet complete that would serve Taylor. So until the infrastructure is complete and they can start connecting and sending their first gallon, we wouldn't start billing them in the first place. Secondly, they could arguably walk away and say, never mind, we're not interested. Y'all can have the capacity back. They could do that too. But we took a risk and needed that line built, and we just oversized it for them and included, their credit in that line for that. So no, we haven't called Taylor and said, hey, this is what the numbers are looking like, but these are the numbers. So kind of regardless of whether it's sticker shock, expensive, not, if you want the sewer, this is what our carrying cost is to provide that to you. So we'll have to start that communication next. And then we're months and months and months away from the wastewater treatment plant and the Southeast Loop Interceptor being completed before Taylor would even be able to start sending the first gallon anyway. So there'll be a period of time for them to start ramping up and getting prepared and ready for this.
So this doesn't like tie them to anything.
No, they still have to agree to be a wholesale
Right.
customer.
So Mayor Buzan's not going to call you and chew you out if we did pass it.
No, but
It's
see,
just like
what he
here's
said
what's
is exactly my fear, is that we went down this path, we oversized the
out.
line, we didn't communicate with them anything, and so they may all of a sudden go, we're not doing that, and they walk. Now our ratepayers just ate the cost of the increase, because what I would have thought we were doing was, I don't know, since they're right next door, having some sort of communication like, hey, hypothetically, how do you guys see this working out if we upsize this and cost, and what do you think that's going to cost, per month? Because if they're thinking like, I thought we were just going to pay $6.55 a gallon and that, or per 1,000 gallons, and that was it. they may walk, we just spent all this money on a upsizing. So I would just say, man, communication to me is everything. To me, hopefully it works out. Jason, I'm sure, is a smart guy, and this is normally done. If it's new to me, and I've been up here 7 years, I've never done this, and I can imagine the Taylor City Council is going to go, they say we owe them 2 point something million per year. Say what? We don't want to do that. Now that's 2 million our people got to pick up. So I would just hope in the future we're communicating to where next time when we ask a question, everybody's like, oh yeah, they know it's going to be 100 and something, or based on some, back of the napkin math, they're looking at X. Because I'm shocked, and I'm on this side running through this. And they may be smarter than us. They may say this is normal and we were expecting it. So I mean, maybe you're doing work for them too, and you're like, hey guys, guess what?
We're not. We're not doing work for them. But I will say a couple of things. One, this is a standard methodology. This is not unique to Hutto. This is not unique to Taylor. This is not unique to Round Rock. It's a standard methodology, and yes, there's some interpretation with any methodology that you go with, and there's some assumptions that need to be validated and those sorts of things. But to the extent, I know that Taylor has set retail water rates. While it's different and you calculate things differently, it's the same concept, right? Of you have fixed charges, you got volume charges. A fixed charge is essentially for access to the system, and the volume charges is for how much you actually use of the system. And so, conceptually, it's not far off from the retail rates that they're charging their customers. And again, it is a standard industry-wide methodology of the way that you do this. The other thing I will say is that the alternative is not accept this $129,000 charge or not. It's accept this $129,000 per month charge, or go build your own wastewater treatment plant. And so there's a cost to them to serve these customers one way or the other. Normally, regional systems will provide a better cost alternative than having individual systems for everybody because of that economies of scale kind of issue with these utility systems. The larger they get, the smaller the per 1,000-gallon cost gets.
Couple questions. And this is very new to me as well. So if Taylor says they don't want to pay this $130,000 a year, does Taylor and the city of Hutto go into a negotiation as far as do we?
Yeah, so my answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they take it or leave it.
I mean, it costs what it costs.
Right.
So I don't know what we're negotiating.
So then,
Right. So that's what I would say. And the other utilities that we have to go procure, they don't negotiate. They tell us it costs what it costs, and then they mark it up for a profit.
right.
And then we got to pay for it.
And that was my next question. Is there's got to be some margin in there for us doing business with them? I'm not saying we have to publicly say what those numbers are or percentages.
I don't think so. I think this is cost recovery. I didn't see any profit margin built into it.
Okay.
There is some administrative overhead, but that's still cost recovery.
Right. So
this is built in cost recovery, true?
Correct.
So this is just reimbursing us for what we have to do, but facility capacity, volume capacity, and administrative work, and our outside party. So,
and the reason that the numbers may look higher, in my layman's understanding, is because they happen to be using the most expensive assets that we have in the ground.
right.
So that's why the numbers are slightly different for them, is because they're actually using capacity in the most expensive projects that we have built in the last 5 years.
Right.
So
That's right.
And I think you kind of answered my question. The next one is that, so both Round Rock and Taylor, they are both customers and service providers. So this is all within their, so these numbers, I would assume, align to what they experience in their customers and service provided. So it's not like even though they may not have known exactly what we're doing, this is what kind of industry standard is for this type of things and in this local area.
Correct. This is a standard way of doing business. I'm not, again, familiar with Taylor's system, but it is not uncommon at all for water and wastewater systems to purchase wholesale services from another utility, from a regional utility, from a neighbor, whatever the case may be. This is not uncommon whatsoever. Happens all over the state all the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Gray, can you go back to the slide where you were showing like the things that you assume when you're setting your rates? So primary assumptions, I think you just passed it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, this is on the wastewater, or on the infrastructure pieces, yes.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is because, again, this is new to me as well, but I know, and you mentioned methodology for setting rates, but we're in an unprecedented, spur of growth in our area, not just for Hutto, but for our neighbors in Taylor. There's gonna be a lot of new, very heavy anticipated strains on our resources, including water. And that includes how do we treat the water, how do we clean it? So how has your industry modified how they make those assumptions, being that we're on the brink of a much larger strain on all of our resources? Because at the end of the day, the water is the water that we have, right? So how has your industry modified, or how are y'all modifying how you advise municipalities on these kind of pricing, being that we're on the brink of already incurring a lot of more strain on our natural resources and the cost to treat it?
Sure. So what we do, what our firm does is we take a look at the costs that are provided by engineers' estimates, operating costs that are provided by your staff for your existing wastewater treatment systems, all those kinds of things. So we take all of that aggregated cost data, and then we put it through our methodology to figure out how that cost should be distributed among the different users of the system, whether they're retail users or wholesale users. So we haven't accounted for the strain on the strains on the system, essentially. Although recognizing, again, if you look at, to the city manager's point, line 13 there, that is your most expensive asset at $138 million. And Taylor will be using 9.33% of that from a capacity standpoint, based on the calculations from the engineers. And then also we do that. We take a look and see how does it work out proportionally speaking. So that is the lion's share of their capacity charge, is the actual sewer treatment plant itself. The lines obviously add up, but it's the wastewater treatment plant itself, which is incredibly expensive. And that's one of the reasons why I say this is one of the reasons why communities look to coordinate on these things often, is because these plants are incredibly expensive. And being able to share the burden of some of those costs is helpful. But to answer your question directly, we're not developing the costs themselves. We're allocating the costs out to the different users as part of the methodology.
Yeah, right. So it's all based on historical data and what we can gather today. But when you're forecasting out, how does the known strain coming on our this was my question. How does that inform how you guys advise us as cities?
So we worked off of your wastewater treatment master plan, or your wastewater system master plan, to look and see what are the engineers' latest estimates of cost for these different projects. Obviously, some of these are in place, or you have cost already bid. Some of these are projects that are underway. Others are assumed costs because they're engineers' estimates for future projects that have yet to be bid. But we take that cost data and then we look to see how does it allocate out amongst the different users of that system. We don't generate the cost data itself. We take all the cost data, put it into our methodology, and allocate those costs out to the users to pay it.
Thank you.
All right. So you're asking for action on this? Yes. Approve it?
Either y'all can adopt it and approve it, or y'all can take it under advisement. The main thing is that we needed to get the calculations done so we would all know what the numbers are, and then, we can move forward from here. So
Is there any advantage of waiting for any update from staff and/or the city of Taylor or Round Rock? Is there any possible feedback that could be short-term, week or two, that we would like to take into consideration?
my answer to that would be there won't be anything from staff that would lower the numbers.
Right. But I mean, just
So-
from interaction with the Taylor Round Rock.
Yeah, basically what I would view this as, and y'all know I'm usually very diplomatic, but I view this as, this is what it costs. This is what it costs. So we're not overcharging, we're not upcharging. It's literally the cost apportion to your share of the infrastructure that you're specifically using.
Right, it's
And
math.
that's what it costs.
My concern isn't about how big the number is. My concern is more of, are we assuming enough, right, for what's coming, for what the growth in use that's gonna come?
Assuming enough rate.
Yeah, that we're
The
taking,
price?
and that we're taking, even the usage and the cost. I understand the infrastructure is fixed, but like on the usage cost, because when the demand goes up and they have to produce more or use more and it's a bigger strain, the cost goes up for everybody.
So let's say that we're seeing our plant operating costs higher than what we had anticipated. That would generally result in us doing a new rate increase
Okay, so we would just be able to then.
to make it
adjust
up, right?
And my second question was, is there any advantage to getting this, is there giving it this direction now for city staff to move forward? So in other words, I'm trying to understand if we should do it today, or should we wait a couple of weeks? You said that there's really nothing that's going to come in from staff or from any other city necessarily, but does staff if they were to get the direction today, is that a big advantage to get them moving on their next steps?
Correct, yes. So for the two agreements that we have pending, this is the primary and maybe one of only 3 items that need to be finally cleared before those agreements go to our legal team for final clearance.
Okay.
Is this rate itself.
Right.
Otherwise, they're just kind of sitting on my end. And I don't have anything else to offer if there was a delay in accepting what's on the table here. Unless city manager has some sort of advantage or other type of analyses that we could look at. But from a staff side, we're just looking to plug and play the numbers and let our legal teams finalize things.
So it seems like we should be moving on this. So, and I have no third question.
So, seventh question. So my first question, maybe my second, is if we do move on this, then it's essentially us telling Taylor and Round Rock, here's what it's going to be. And if we don't move on this and we wait to say maybe talk to Taylor and Round Rock, right, communicate to your point, we're still going to be where we are now, which is, well, nothing's been approved by council, but what do you guys think? I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. To James's point, they're either going to go for it or not, whether we approve it or not. So,
I got a little something. So, I mean, correct me
you
if
got a
I'm wrong.
second question?
He's got a little something. He said he
think
got a
it's
little
third.
something.
I got a little something. So correct me if I'm wrong, James, but essentially is, hey, look, we got this bigger line here. The city of Hutto is open for business. This is what the cost to do business with us.
Right.
If you want it, you want it. If not, don't worry about it. Build it yourself.
Yeah, so there's an actual agreement in place between us and the city of Taylor where the county gave additional ARPA funds to Hutto to contribute toward the cost of the southeast wastewater interceptor, which runs along the Wilco Highway. And for Taylor to be apportioned some capacity in that line based off of that contribution. So we've done that. That's the 2,000 LUVs. That would be a very big plant. I don't want to have to do that.
That's a lot.
2,000 LUVs, and that is what that capacity, is dealing with. In that agreement, it says that once the lines get built, once all the infrastructure is in place, there will be another agreement coming forward that will establish the rates, how we actually receive the wastewater, all the technical stuff. So this is the first step in us going down that path of saying, okay, now we know what the rates are. So now we need to start negotiating the agreement. So that way, whenever the infrastructure is all in place, your 2,000 LUEs is your 2,000 LUEs.
And so now the experts are telling us that this is what we project the cost would be. And to Karina's point, if after a year the rates go up, then we adjust the rate, just like
Yeah, it'll be whatever ends up being in that contract. The contract, they may negotiate, it's like, hey, this is a lot of money, we want to lock it in for 5 years. So maybe we come back and council says, okay, well, instead of whatever the number is, instead of 558, we'll set it at 565, but we'll lock it in for 5. Like, that's negotiation.
There you go. All right.
But what I don't see as negotiation is I don't want to pay the $129,000 a month. I mean, to me, that doesn't seem like it's much of a negotiation.
Okay.
So we have to, I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
I would say that. So I'm comfortable with the costs. I get, how you came to your estimates because it's actual construction costs we have or what we think they are at whatever, 70, 80, 90% complete. And I also know that based on historical data, what we foresee the cost of treating the water is going to be how we come up with the rates. My only thing is just a communication part. And it is what it is. So I don't mind, I don't mind passing this, I don't know how to say it, basically passing this study to where there is flexibility. What I don't want to do is, if we say, I don't know how to make a motion to say, okay, we want to do 558 a month. Well, then they come back and go, hey, instead of 129 and 558, can we pay you 100 and 650? Well, then we're back approving it again. And so we're approving as you guys are negotiating. So what I would almost rather do is be able to say, we agree with the numbers, and staff's got to come out and somehow make it whole. Because what I don't want is our ratepayers subsidizing Taylor. And so I don't want that. And I also don't want Taylor to say, hey, pound sand, no thanks at that price, we'll go do it ourselves, because now we're paying for it. So I think that's up for you guys, Sarah and everybody, to negotiate that. So I don't know if it's possible for us to pass, like I said, the study to where you guys can go back and say, look, here's the information, council agrees with it. Basically, how do you want to pay for it? Do you want to pay for it because I mean, like, what if Taylor came in and said, hey, look, we'd like to just write you, it's almost like a PID fee. We just want to write you the money today, and we don't want to pay 129. You know, I don't know how these negotiations go, because I haven't ever been a part of one of those, but
So in my mind, there's.
that makes sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it does. I do think you could absolutely just accept the study and not take an action to amend the fee schedule to incorporate the wastewater wholesale rate. So, because we have to have it in our fee schedule before we can charge it. But if you accept the study and then the agreements continue forward, establishing these rates in the agreement would allow us to collect it because it's in the agreement, right? And the only reason that we would actually need it to be fully adopted in the fee schedule itself would be for a future unknown wholesale customer that wants to just come in and connect. And then they're like, hey, we want to connect in one of these two areas, but there's no fee for me to pay for that established.
So I guess that's a good point. We could adopt this and say, just going forward, here's the rate. That's not precluding a negotiation to happen when they come back and they come up with something else.
That's true.
Because they could theoretically, I mean, if I was Taylor, I'd say this, I don't want to pay 129 because maybe I can't get it all. But you know what? Their wholesale rate is cheaper than our retail rate. And so you know what we could do? We could just pay $7 a 1,000 gallons, and we'll charge $9 to our people. And so we're basically that, you know what I mean? They're going to have their own calculations. So I guess we could adopt this. And then that doesn't stop you all from negotiating and coming back to us with an agreement where you're saying, hey, instead of 558, we did X. And all that means is that you guys have something posted that you can then communicate to people as a basis to start negotiating.
Correct. And I will say that, and this isn't any secret since it's a public meeting, but I'm as a staff member going to be very disinclined to lean toward a recovery and volumetric and give up the pay the pay it all.
Oh yeah, because one's guaranteed and one's not.
That's right. And they're going to be like, well, we don't even have 2,000 LUVs out there right now. And it's like, well, I didn't have all the capacity that I needed the new water system for, but I still have to pay for all the volume of water whether I use it or not. That's the cost of doing business.
Right, because the most expensive gallon treated is the first gallon you treat.
That's right.
The least expensive is your last gallon.
Now, I could see some sort of a negotiation where we have a break point in the future, and I'm 100% for, as we retire debt, reducing the fixed cost. But other than that, to me, it is no different than if this were recharge standing here in front of us and saying, you got to pay $4.5 million a year for this new water source, whether you use a drop of it or not. That's what you're paying. Yeah. So,
Any benefit to our retail customers by having this agreement?
well, it's more revenue coming in, 100%,
Is
and
this
then that
factored
then in
into any
turn
of
helps
our-
us not have to put the pressure on rates for our customers too.
On our retail
Is
customers,
this factored into any of our assumptions that we have so
The
far?
revenue projections are not factored in.
residents for us.
Okay.
No, sir, not at this time, it's not.
And I did note there that it says recommended review at least every 5 years or as needed. I just want to be really clear that if we adopt these numbers today, we're not locking in for 5 years. We can
That's
still
correct.
increase as like the usage rate can still fluctuate.
Given
because
proper
it's
notice
going
and a
to.
proper study, you can reset the rates as often as you like.
The agreement we're going to do with Taylor will lock it in.
Not the usage rate, the capacity, the infrastructure rate,
No,
right?
no, this is going to be the
Capacity charge?
published rate. They're going to negotiate the actual
that
rate,
happens
which
later.
may or may not be like this, and it may be that it's a multiplier of like if our cost goes up, then their rate goes up. It's whatever Sarah's negotiating.
It's all on Sarah.
Okay.
All right, well, Jason, every time you're here, we drag this baby out, and I know you're probably thinking like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to come back.
I kept it to 8 slides. I did my part.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll make a motion to pass the study and the rates as presented.
Second.
Who got that one?
Porterfield.
Mayor Pro Tem Trumps.
Anytime he's taking money from somebody else, he's a strong.
It's business.
Thanks, Jason.
But, Mike, I do appreciate your point about making sure that our ratepayers don't get hit with it, right? Because we don't want to, essentially, the way I understand it, maybe I'm oversimplifying, we're hit with the cost no matter.
We're already covering the cost.
We're already covering the cost, and
This
so
will
we're
be a
trying
relief
to,
to our
correct,
payers,
correct.
not an additional burden.
Right, not an additional burden.
Yeah, because to be quite honest, we're paying right now. They're paying it. That's one of the reasons our water. I remember we talked about water going up $200 a month, and we didn't quite go that high, but primarily it's because of the expansion, and so we're already paying
On the water side,
Right.
on the wastewater side.
well, yes.
Yeah,
The wastewater expansion is the biggest contributor to our wastewater rates, true.
Right, which affects which is a water bill, and in the layman terms, they don't look at it as a water, a wastewater, a trash bill. It's just a water bill. But what I'm getting at is we're already paying that increase today.
Correct.
And we're looking at charging Taylor, not really Round Rock because it's not much, but we're looking at charging Taylor in the future, should they use it. Whereas right now, our people are already paying for that capacity.
That's true.
That we've earmarked out and can't use.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
I'm all for
All right. All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 6.3, thank you. Presentation and discussion related to a mixed-use development known as 3349 Business Holdings, located within the City of Hutto's extraterritorial jurisdiction and outside of the City of Hutto's wastewater certificate of convenience and necessity.
Mayor and council, per council direction, I think middle of last year, we have been directed to bring any projects to you for presentation that fit these circumstances, so located in our ETJ but outside of our CCNs. We have 3349 Business Holdings here. They've got a bit of a slideshow and they'll be able to answer any questions. As a reminder, staff is asking for a motion to either proceed with processing. So at this point, we haven't run an SER, none of those items have happened, or a motion for us not to pursue the development forward.
Okay.
Real quick, Dottie, in this posting, we're not able to take direct, oh my
Yes,
gosh,
you
I
are,
just went-
because it says presentations and related action. So anytime you have presentation and discussion,
It just says presentation and
And
discussion
discussion.
related to.
Am I missing one?
put the title of 6 combined with 6.3
Because it's under
Oh,
the
I
theme.
see.
Oh, because it's
Yes.
under presentations and
and
related
related
action.
action.
Well, I guess you guys see, whatever you're getting ready to show us, you probably don't want to be outside the city limits. You want to be inside the city limits and inside our CCN, because you probably don't want to be a part of that wholesale agreement, huh?
We would like to bring more dollars to the city of Hutto.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you giving us an opportunity to talk about our project. We have been talking with the staff and the city manager over the last couple of years. We're waiting for the southeast loop to be completed. And myself, Satish Babu Chaka, I am developer here in Central Texas. We have a lot of projects in Georgetown, Taylor, and Hutto. I mean, Hutto is this project we're going to start, and we have one project in Taylor as well. We had initial conversation about this particular project. This is on the southeast loop, and we worked with the city staff and kind of have giving the temporary easement for the wastewater interceptor that you guys were already talking about, and the cost allocation of that. So it is an ETJ property, so we wanted to have a conversation here about we are looking for wastewater services, and we would like to be work with you with Hutto and trying to bring more tax dollars to the city of Hutto. So we have been, in our initial conversation, we were talking, and Southeast Loop was not been completed. Now, since Southeast Loop is having final, is coming closer, so we are getting a lot of interest from end users. So they wanted to come here and they want to position themselves here. And there is a lot of projects going on. I think 2,000 homes of Lennar development is going right across, very close to our property. And there's another 4,000 single-family homes coming in Taylor Meadows. So some of the retail providers are, and some of the industrial and multifamily folks are reaching out to us and trying to so look at options here, what they can do. So since this is a project very close and the wastewater interceptor is going through the property, so we wanted to see if Hutto will be providing services. We'd like to have a similar treatment that Lennar has, but again, we're open for discussion. We are kind of engaging Babe Dawson, I think, who is very, Dustin and Will, who can talk about this project. We just recently started having conversation with them, and they know about this area and a lot of things, what's going on in this area. So this is our total. We have about 102 acres on this. Initially we had 160 acres, but again, for the community good and make the Southeast Loop happen, we worked with city of, the county to provide the right-of-way for the Southeast Loop, and we made it happen. And we have left to 102 acres left on this property. We had initial conversation, and I think the city staff kind of recommended going with an employment center and neighborhood. We have a conceptual plan, but we are willing to make some changes here. And one of the things I want to mention here, there is a small 30-acre parcel in the County Road 404 that is within the city, Taylor. Again, since we are willing to take up the 2,000 LUUs, if possible, if Taylor doesn't take, we will take it. I'm not being competing with Taylor, but I'm just, we have this project there. We have a lot of end users asking for wastewater services, and this is a good location, and people want to come here, and it's going to be a good growth opportunity for Hutto. And so this is kind of a concept plan we had, and we presented to the staff, and the staff kind of advised us and asked to come and talk to the city council, and here we are. And this is only for discussion's sake. Again, there's some various opportunity. We are also willing to work with the city Hutto Chamber of Commerce, and if there is anybody the high-end users are wanted to come here, like maybe a big retail shops or like a hospital or something, that we are willing to work and try to see how we can bring those type of jobs to the city of Hutto. This is my brief presentation. I can introduce Dustin and Will, so they can talk about this area, and they're very familiar with this area, and they can provide some insight as well.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you, Mayor. Councilman.
Yeah, dear Mayor, before that, I just wanted to make one comment. So on the 30 acres at 404 and 3349, I had a conversation with Tom Antis when he was the planning director for Taylor. So he clearly stated that, as part of intercity agreement, we should be able to take services, from Hutto. So that is when we started a dialogue with the city manager, James.
Tom said what? You're talking about Tom Yantis?
Tom Antis, long back.
He said what now about?
He said, he stated that there was some intercity agreements between Taylor.
Oh, intercity agreements between us.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as it is right across, 3349. And in future, 3349 would be abandoned. I have been working closely with Keith from Southeast Loop project. So with that being said, so if there is any possibility, we would definitely like to give that business to Hutto.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dustin Goss. I'm a vice president with Pape Dawson Engineers. Recently been introduced to the development team. I'm the engineer of record on the Halcyon project, so Lennar's project just on the other south side of Southeast Loop or East Wilco Highway. And so I've been working with them recently to take a look at this project, figure out how to be the best way to move it forward. One of the first discussion points, of course, is the wastewater service for the project. Being the engineer on the Halcyon project, I'm familiar with the wholesale agreement that was coordinated between Lennar and the city. I'm familiar with the Taylor Meadows project across 3349 that I believe had started a retail agreement. I'm not sure if that actually got fully executed or not. Both of those projects are not in the city, and so one of my first questions to them was, what is the plan? Trying to figure out what the city's hopes, desires, what your comments and concerns are for this project in order to be able to make it go forward. Is it something that can stay in an ETJ, obtain wholesale service, retail service? Is it something that the only way y'all want this to go forward is if it's getting annexed? And if so, what is the zoning? What do we need to do with them on a new land plan? Figure out new capacity and submit an SER. And so I'm just trying to get caught up, figure out what y'all's comments and concerns are, and so we can help them and help y'all make this reality.
Perfect timing tonight. You're gonna see why in a minute, I think, but I'll let everybody else go first. You guys got any comments or?
So this is just for wastewater, not any water?
It would just be wastewater. It's Jonah Water Service.
And I yield my second question.
No, you reserve it or you're yielding it. Okay, he's done then.
He didn't say he yielded his third and fourth.
Yeah. You guys got any comments or anything?
Go for it.
Can't get caught up. Go ahead.
All right. So here's what I'd say. To me, this is not like Lennar. So I would not be in favor of any kind of agreement like Lennar had. That was kind of a unique, and I hate I'll use the term, and I hate when cities tell me it's precedent setting, but it kind of was in that they were so far down the line that if we could have worked them in a way to get them annexed in, we would have, but it was all the way down. So I don't want to, for me anyway, these guys may disagree. I wouldn't be in favor of some kind of out-of-city service agreement. Now, having said that, if you go back one slide, maybe two. Okay, right there. Okay. So now I've got some questions. So, okay, have you guys already given the right-of-way for the wastewater line? Or are we still working on that?
Yeah, we already gave, right away for the wastewater, sorry.
So we're done with them?
Yeah.
Or are we still in eminent domain or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Sarah, do you know?
No, we already provided the temporary construction easement for the wastewater interceptor.
Okay, okay, sweet. I was going to say, some of this, we've run into things and we're like, hey, if we can work it out pretty quick, fine. Otherwise, like, I hate eminent domain, but I've been pushing a city manager like, time is money, we got to go.
No, we don't want to be in that situation as well. We want to work with the city and we want to work with the county as well.
I appreciate that. Okay, the part that's in Taylor, is that in Taylor ETJ or in Taylor city limits?
Taylor ETJ.
Okay. Now, this is the start of war, but it would be very odd to me to have a development where we're trying to provide wastewater where part of it's in the city of Hutto and part of it's in the Taylor ETJ, soon to be Taylor City. So I think since you asked my ideal vision, we would have to work out some kind of swap with Taylor, which we've done with Round Rock before. Because I really wouldn't want you guys just to petition to get out, because every time someone does that to us and tries to get out of our ETJ, we sue them and we lock it up because we don't agree with House Bill 2038. So I'd rather it be an amicable, somehow we work out something with Taylor and say, look, there's this development. It's predominantly going to be in the city of Hutto. We'd like to just do, and we get along with Taylor really well, but we'd like to, because you guys heard we don't want to, blindside them, but I'd like to work out a deal with them and get the whole development in the city just so that we have a clean agreement. And then the reason I said this slide here, and this is why I think this is very important for you guys to be here, and there's going to be risk on your side to do what I'm going to say that I hope you do, is about how long does it take to annex in? Like if you want to just fast track an annexation, is that 45 days?
45 to 90. We could try to fast track it. There's the problem with the county road, though. If that's included, we got to annex the county road. So
Okay,
that
so
usually takes 60.
Here's what I'm saying is, so see where you got on here. We won't get into the sales tax issue. We're working on that. But the mixed beverage. So now if you go back one more slide. Okay, now here's the problem. I think this development would kill it down here. One, because of how close it is to Samsung, everything going on. But you guys may not know about this, but if you try to do any kind of restaurant down there that has any type of alcohol sales, you're not going to be able to do it down there because you're not in the city limits and you're in the county. And where we're at is we're getting ready to kick off an election in May for anybody who's annexed in. I think it's like last week of October, first week of November. Anybody who's annexed into the city at that point, assuming our thing passes, they will all be able to sell mixed beverages in the restaurants. What we had happen was in a mud just on the south side of town, there's a Buffalo Wild Wings that wanted to come. And they applied for their TABC permit to sell, like an old fashioned or a margarita, and they got denied. They got denied because the only people right now who can sell a margarita in the city limits of Hutto is those who were in the city as of 2006. So we've obviously expanded a lot. And what we're in is what you're in is lack of a better term is what they call it, you're in a moist area. You're wet, you can sell beer and wine, but you can't sell margaritas and anything hard liquor that goes into a drink. So where I'm going with this is and we had another developer who annexed in land. When you come into town, all those industrial buildings on the left, they annexed all that land in, and we said, we cannot guarantee you water, we can't guarantee you wastewater. But they had to hurry up and get in through another contractual thing that they had. And so we annexed them in, fast track. They took a lot of liberties, they got in. If you guys annex in by the 1st of December, or I'm sorry, 1st of November, assuming you'll get a restaurant, which I don't know why you wouldn't, because you're going to have 10,000 plus people literally a half mile away, you'll be in on our annexation, and your attorneys and stuff can verify what we're doing. And it's actually, if you stick around, we have a budget item coming up where the city council's approving the $150,000 it's going to take to do the election. But if you guys annex in very quickly and we work with you on this afterwards, you guys will be in. If you don't and you decide to annex in the first week of November and you've missed a deadline and we're already out doing petitions, you could have the best restaurant in the world, like we have a Longhorns coming, but Longhorns can't sell an old fashioned. And so you would want to do it, it would be on your dime to then go back out to the election and do another election. And they're anticipating that to be twice the cost that it's going to cost us now because it's tied to the governor's race. This is like 1880s when Texas first left the country, became a United States state.
1980 laws.
So we're dealing with this right now. So I'm throwing a lot at you. The Pape Dawson guys will be able to look at, and we can give you the information. But it's one of those things to where I think with as much retail as you have on here and as much as I think you can have with all the restaurant opportunity and hotels and all that, for you to do all that and not be able to have any of that and have to go back and do it on your own, because we obviously wouldn't be interested in doing it. We just did it. We have one other development just like this, and the Pape Dawson guys can reach out to them, and that is what do they call that? Hutto Crossing, the bridge?
Oh, the Gateway Project.
The Gateway Project on the south side of town. They're in the exact same predicament, and we're talking to them about, hey, you may need to go ahead and annex in very quickly because we're getting ready to open this up for a lot of opportunity. And I'd hate for you guys to want to do this, but I say all that, you guys can chew on that. The other thing I'd say is I'm not in favor. I saw something there about a mud. I personally hate muds, but that's like a Houston thing. And I think if you really dig in, a PID is very, very similar to a mud. It's just a Central Texas way of doing a mud. And we administer it instead of you guys or whoever you have administer it. We know the PID system very, very well. And we get people, we have like 7 or something, don't we, Sarah? 7 or 8 of them. Yeah, I think we even have service assessment plans we're approving tonight for them. So it's very easy to do a PID. We can do that. You can get a lot of your improvements paid for just like a mud, reimbursed, and all of that can happen with the PID. But if you do a mud, like I'm going to probably fight it like we fought all the other ones. And again, Lennard being the exception because they were already way down the line, and then we came in and was like, hey, we need to figure this out. But if you're willing to do a PID, another one is I don't think it's Pape Dawson doing it. It's LJA up off Limmer and 130. We call that the what's that agreement called, James?
I'm sorry, which one?
Limmer and the southwest corner of Limmer and 130.
Is it Limmer Square?
Limmer Square. They wanted to do a mud. We talked them into a PID. It's a whole lot easier. And if we're doing if you're doing a MUD and it's like us versus you, if you're doing a PID, every time the staff doesn't email you back right away, then James will tell you, the first thing I do is email and going, hey, we made promises that we're gonna do everything we can to help these guys be successful. And so we kind of ride staff to make sure we're doing things right. So I throw all that out there just to where I'd like to see this happen. I'd like to find you guys a way to be able to get to where you can have some really nice restaurants to serve all them people. And then I'd love to see you guys do a PID and us get through that paperwork really quickly. And that way you guys can be up and running, because Samsung's going to be, I mean, they're going to be blowing and going here this time next year. But
Sure, definitely. Thanks
Yeah.
for all the suggestion. Yes, definitely, we will look into all of that and we'll think about it and we'll get back.
yeah, sorry, I always got on these things, I always got a lot of comments, but I don't want you to ever be like blindsided.
Yeah, and it is an existing WCID out there right now.
Yeah,
So kind of like a MUD, but it's already an existing one because it was part of the same WCID as the other Limmer Hobbs housing contract that they then split into these two pieces.
yeah, we can fix that though, right?
What's that?
We can fix that though, right?
If they so choose.
Yeah. It's just paperwork.
So if you want to fast track the annexation, they should submit a voluntary petition for annexation. So at the September 3rd meeting, attach their concept plan, how they want to be zoned, and then we can work out a development agreement, but I don't know if we'll have that ready for September 3rd.
But do you need a development agreement for the annexation, or can they take some liberties?
They can just do a voluntary petition for annexation. This law still allows that.
Again, I can get you references where I would argue we are probably tougher on our staff than almost any other city out there. We've just had a guy, we voted against staff recommendation last meeting because we tried to give them flexibility, because we're really trying to be, I don't want to say pro-developer in the sense that it reduces our standards. We're trying to be pro-developer to give you options, because we are trying to beat some of the deadlines that we have coming up. And also there's some issues with some laws that, again, we don't want to fight with you on a 2038 deal, but we'd rather work with you. So if you guys think about it, want some references of some of the big time developers we've dealt with that have been like, hey, they will work with you, I would strongly recommend voluntary annexing in, and it will be, risk on your side, but I think we got a pretty good track record of beating up on the city manager and not the developer.
And we have entered into development agreements with the properties that annexed in before the development agreement. So you have precedent setting for
Yeah.
that.
So we could do all that, get you guys in, and in that way, again, when we start doing the petition, you guys are wrapped in, you check that off, and then you don't have to worry about, because I could see, especially this intersection on the right, that's where I could see hotels. I could see that's a retail with the restaurants and things, to where, I mean, every time we turn around, there's a new restaurant wanting to come to Hutto, and the problem is that they don't have enough space here. And actually have another one that's reached out looking for space. But everybody's doing it, they're all selling mixed drinks. And again, now they're running into issues, Longhorns being one of them. I can't tell you the other ones yet, they're not public, but anyway. And I'm happy, you can reach out to me or anyone on council, between now and the next couple of weeks, and really, discuss. Like I said, the Pape Dawson guys will know the LGA and the other people we're doing business with that can say, these guys, is he full of, BS, or is he being honest with us?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, this will be very helpful. I think we can fast track. We can also do a development agreement along with annexation, if that's possible within the timeline. We
Yeah.
can work with all your timelines.
Yeah. I missed anything that we usually argue about with people that I didn't bring up?
No, you're good. You almost
And
got the bill.
I don't see there's action that you really need to take. It's really, the ball's in their court.
Yeah, it was just, is it a consensus amongst the whole, council that no outside of the city service would be provided through wholesale or retail? The only way to get wastewater is annexation?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it. Hope to see you here in a couple weeks.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, next we have item 7.1, consideration and possible action regarding possible appointments, reappointments, and/or removals to city boards, commissions, task forces, economic development corporations, local government corporations, and tax increment reinvestment zone boards and area government appointments. And to speak on this item, we have Rick Hudson.
This isn't NRCC.
Yeah, so this so nobody can tell you that this is illegal.
Good evening, Council. Rick Hudson, resident of Hutto. Reason I'm putting this not in general public comment, but in front, is because I do have a question, and I'm hoping I can get it answered. So before we get into that, for the new council members, kind of want to give you a quick and dirty history of what went down. In November of 2025, the council changed their protocols to limit the citizen volunteers to 2 positions. That did not impact any one of the, that did not impact 48 of the 49 citizen volunteers. So in December of 2025, I complied and tendered my resignation to TERS 1 and TERS 3 with the discussion with the nominating committee that if the position is not filled, I will be happy to come in and fill. I've done that twice since then. Last month, I was reappointed to TERS 1 and TERS 3. Now, I was not reappointed or continued on the Building and Standards Commission, so currently I am serving on 3 boards. Your protocol limits me to 2. I didn't sign up for this. You guys nominated it. So my question is, are we going to change the protocol, or do I need to tender a resignation? And if so, am I going to be continued on the Building and Standards? So I need to tender 2 resignations. That's all I'm looking for. What do you guys want me to do?
There's a third option. We could just remove you from a board or 2.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well,
that's
I'm glad you
always
brought
an
that up to
option.
us. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up to us. I didn't realize we did that. So yeah, we'll have to fix that.
What boards are you on right now besides planning and zoning?
Planning and zoning, TERS 1, TERS 3.
But you were on building and standard, you're saying.
I was on Building and Standards until the end of June. I don't know if you plan to appoint someone to that vacancy tonight or not, but as of last week, it was still vacant.
Yeah, yeah, on building standards, we have position 3, 4, and 6 open.
3, 4, and 6?
Yeah.
You got somebody, you need somebody, you need somebody. So next meeting.
Mr. Hudson, I don't know enough yet about the TERS 1 and 2 and what the work goes into it, but you've been around for a long time. If you were to if you had the choice as a volunteer, where do you feel you would be most effective, that you would want to hang on to because of the value that you bring to those committees or boards?
I would want to remain on P&Z. That one meets regularly, and it does a lot of work for the city. TERS 1 seems kind of defunct.
That's co-op,
honestly,
right?
That's the co-op. That seems kind of defunct, not really doing much with it. TERS 3, I've showed up for 2 meetings this year in the last, 6 months, I think. I don't remember the exact dates of the meetings, but TERS 3 is still doing work. So I would say, as I'm OG, I'm one of the original appointments when the Building and Standards was formed. And I know there hasn't been a lot of pass down of information about what has gone before with Building and Standards. I would say my number 1 priority to remain, P&Z. Number 2, Building and Standards, even though that doesn't meet frequently at all. And number 3 would be TERS 3. Number 4, TERS 1. I think we've had more meetings of Building and Standards than we have of TERS 1.
That could change very quickly since we're looking at TERS 1 expanding stuff. Let me ask you this. From some of the feedback I get is there's concerns by some, even on planning and zoning, I've heard the concern about the amount of council members that serve on the EDC. And that can be public or council. TERS board right now is predominantly city council members.
I think TERS 3 is about 50-50.
Which is higher than, it's high, that's right up there with EDC.
Right,
So
exactly.
majority rules, council wins on TERS boards. TERS boards are able to go out and borrow tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, and they set budgets and all that. And so where I'm going with this is because some of the concern I've heard from members of the P&Z about the amount of council on the TERS. If we take you off of TERS, that hurts us. If we keep you on the TERS, that eliminates the need to have city council, and we go and put other people. And I'm not saying you're doing a good or bad job on planning and zoning or building and standards, but because we're catching grief on this, and the idea is eventually to spread out this and not have city council working on all these, and we have 3 TERS boards, maybe a 4th one coming. I just throw that out there because when I hear the concerns, and then I'm like, well, I don't want to take Rick off a TERS board because, well, Rick has concerns about council members on all these boards, and so if I take Rick off, I vote to take Rick off, then I got to go say, okay, Aaron, why don't you hop up and go on a TERS board? Well, then I'm just doing exactly what even some of your concerns have been.
Maybe Jim can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think on TERS 3, we've got 2 council members and 3 citizens.
We have a past council member, Amber Kohler, current.
I
you
have the
you talking,
spreadsheet
or-
pulled up if you would like to know. I've got Dan, Jim, Amberly Kolar, Rick Hudson, and Tanya Sneed on TERS Board 3.
So it's a 60-40 split there on TERS 3.
Right, so we remove you, now we're 2 and 2, and now council's lazy,
Hopefully
so what do we
appoint a-
do? We throw
hopefully
another
appoint a
council
citizen
member on there,
volunteer.
and all of a sudden,
Or we could appoint another citizen.
we could.
Yeah,
Rick wants more action, and TERS 1, that's the one that we may be expanding the Live Oak through it. We have other projects that are about to go. I just throw it all out there because, again,
Yeah,
when I hear taking you off, I'm like, oh, man.
So
Whole point of getting you on there was to help dilute the city council, and now you're wanting off.
well, I resigned to comply. It's not that I wanted off. I resigned because you
Okay,
guys
well,
said 2. And
Well,
I
I
said,
appreciate you bringing it
"Okay."
up.
Yeah.
We'll take it up, and sounds like places 3, 4, and 6 need to bring us a building.
We have no candidates. We got 1 today.
For boards,
Yep, better start beating the bushes.
For building and standards, which is, I think. we're
building and
talking-
standards.
We have 1 new applicant today, and the other applicants are from late to mid last year.
If you want me to find somebody for you, let me know.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm
We have
just
a new
saying.
applicant. We have
As
a new
far
applicant.
as, you had a question about, were we gonna change the process or the protocol again from 3 to 2?
From 4. Currently,
The limit is 2 right now.
the limit is 2.
It's 2. I mean, personally, I'm in favor of limiting even just to 2, and now, I know your situation is different, you've been around for a long time, but you're kind of unique in that perspective. But I think limiting it to 2 allows our volunteers to give it more quality time and focus to most of their commitments outside of their professional lives and their daily lives. So I am in favor of limiting it to 2. I think that's a pretty, that's already a lot, especially to some of the other council members' points that we're about to ramp up a lot of the work, even around some of the rounds that have been more dormant, like TERS 1. So I don't know if it's a difference to the rest of my council members, but limiting it to 2 and keeping that standard I would be in favor of that. As far as which ones you stay on, I mean, I think you bring a tremendous value to whatever you're gonna be on. I don't think we necessarily would have to populate a vacancy with the council member. I've been very transparent about how I feel about that balance. But not knowing enough about building and standards, I'm kind of like, I don't know what the value of it. They don't meet
Not a
that
lot of
often.
people do know a lot
Yeah,
about
that's what
building
I'm
and
saying.
standards.
I mean, I
So-
think it comes back to where you can show where you can actually, you can give the most value to the time that you're given to these boards and commissions.
And I think this is just me riffing. I think we could find a nuanced solution. For example, everyone knows that zoning board of adjustments does not meet regularly. I hope everyone knows that building and standards does not meet regularly. So if those are the 2 you're on, a citizen volunteer is on, they're really not as actively engaged as, say, DEIB, P&Z, Parks, et cetera.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm interrupting, since we're really only supposed to be talking about appointments and reappointments or removals, that's more of a protocol ordinance change, but I appreciate
Understood.
your comments, and we'll definitely, we'll rectify this.
All right.
Thank you for your willingness to be a professional boards and commissions. For us, Rick.
It's your
Live
profession.
here and don't put your feet on my cot.
All right, does anybody have any appointments, reappointments, or removals?
Go ahead.
Yes, so for the Ethics Review Commission, I make a motion to reappoint Kyle Parkinson. He's currently serving as the chair and an active participant and has been since the commission's renewal last year.
Second. All right, and just to clarify, that's for your place one ethics, right?
That's for seat one.
All right, Councilmember, motion by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Morris. Kyle Parkinson, ethics, place one. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Got all seven?
Yes.
Boom, motion passes 7-0.
And then for, again, Ethics Review Commission, place 4, I would like to move to reappoint Ms. Lori Brown Duncan. She was actually been on there for a long time. She's one of the original members of that commission. And I move that we go ahead and reappoint her to place 4
Second.
on Ethics Review.
Motion by Councilmember Zepeda, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any discussion on that motion? All right, hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
City Secretary, is there a reason that his microphone is
Can't
so
hear him.
quiet whenever he speaks?
I have no idea.
You
I
have
will
thought?
ask our IT director.
Right, all I can say is, if you've got an opening, check it and be ready to discuss at the next meeting that you're either working on it or at least acknowledge that you know that you have openings on your spaces. I think that's one of the great things about this new way of doing this is, individually, we have our own responsibilities, so get people out, put your posts out or whatever you got to do to get.
Question.
And I can update, like I said, building and standards, we have position 3, 4, and 6. And then on DEIB, we have positions 7 and 1, and I did confirm that. Those are reappointments. And then on the Library Advisory Board, we have positions 7 and 4. And on the ZBA, we have positions 6, 2, and 4, and all 3 alternates.
What did you have for library? Was it library board?
7 and 4,
7 and 4 for library board.
yeah, and those are vacant, I believe.
As we make these new appointments, can we get an updated list of what goes out the very next, like right after it's done?
Yeah, so we have a spreadsheet that we keep track of. Is there a cadence that council would prefer to get this spreadsheet?
I'd just say update the website, and that way we can just,
Okay, that's what we have
you guys saying that way the
been
public
keeping up
knows,
with.
we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I mean, that way everybody that got appointed
Well,
tonight knows they're
updating,
appointed.
okay, yeah,
You know,
that'll work.
Within 5 minutes of us making the appointment, you know.
Okay.
We're on Facebook Live
Sure.
back there, I think.
But
yeah,
you're
I
still
always
gonna,
got us going, right?
you're still gonna maintain the spreadsheet, though.
Yeah, yeah,
And we
we
can just
have
have a-
to.
you can just send
We
us a
have
link
to,
to
'cause we
that.
track a lot in there, and
This
so.
is very helpful.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, just keep that and we link to that. Thank you.
Who sent that out last time?
Awesome.
Thank you, Jen.
About item
I
7.2.
had,
Oh,
another thing.
no, go ahead.
Oh, never mind, go ahead. That's 7.2 is the one.
7.2, consideration of possible action regarding recommendations or updates from city council subcommittees. We did not meet on HISD, fire safety. We had a meeting Saturday. They were unable to attend. They're working on going over the agreements we sent them. CIP, did you guys meet yet?
Yep, not me yet.
Right.
On the fire safety, have they tendered a possible rescheduling of that, a date? for that?
Not yet.
Okay, and then also kind of adjacent to fire safety, we had Councilmembers Vetta and Reynolds, they were going to do some kind of offline talks with the ESD. Was there any efforts occur, communication occur?
Let's really,
That's not a subcommittee
it's not a
thing.
subcommittee thing.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have items 8.1 through 8.10. Is there any that anybody wishes to pull? I have 8.4 and 8.9.
Not 8.4. You said 8.4 and 8.9?
All right, if there's no others, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield, we have a second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Morris. This is approving items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.10 as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. For item 8.4, I think there's still some legalese that's
Yes,
being.
Mayor, I've received a revised version from the developer's attorney, which I've provided to staff, and they haven't had a chance to reconcile that, and I would ask that this be postponed to the September 3rd meeting.
Postpone.
All right, motion to postpone 8.4 till the 9.3 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Brings up to item 8.9, consideration and possible action on acceptance of the July 2026 financial report. Alberto, I don't think you have to really come up, but it's just more things, but maybe so, because I guess I do got some questions, sorry. You're like, what's this dude doing?
Jim's gonna have a couple.
I'm going to yield my question to Jim.
So my packet they load up for me is different than,
Is it off by 2 pages?
Which one?
I feel like it is. Well, I had page, okay, I don't know what the heck happened here.
502.
502?
Debt service fund, okay, I'm sorry, I better just a second. Hotel, economic development fund, EDC sales tax fund, park improvement fund, community benefit fee fund, here we go. Yeah, for whatever reason, the packet I looked at, 521 is now 523, so somebody inserted 2 pages somewhere, but, okay, on the traffic improvement fund, when we're doing all of our budgets and we've got all of our money going around and we're talking about bonds and stuff, so this has a balance of, right now our budget to be 4.6 million some change. Are we using most of that in our next year's budget, do you know?
Very little. Can you hang on a second?
Oh, sure.
I can tell you.
Well, she's getting at what I'm thinking here, city manager, is we budget this year to end at 4.6 million. We have a projected to end the fiscal year at 9.3 million, and I'm wondering how much of that is sitting there, and then how much of that we can use for next year's 10 million deficit in road projects we're looking at doing.
Yeah, so while she's coming up, let me direct you to the bottom where you're talking. So if you look at the 25 to 26 budget, all right, so you have budgeted beginning fund balance is 8.9 million.
Yep.
We're expecting revenue of 1.8 million in the budget.
Yep.
And then we have expenses that were budgeted this year of 6 million,
Yep.
which leaves us with an ending fund balance of 4.6.
Yep.
That's
What's it?
budget. Now slide over to the right.
Yep.
To the right is the projected numbers. So here you have budgeted beginning fund balance, revenue minus expenses up to this point of the year with a projecting ending fund balance of 9.2 million.
Yep.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody's oriented.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, what I was just wondering is how much, now, I assume we budgeted 6.1 million, let's say, and we've only projected out to spend 1.4. I assume the rest of that money, that 4.6 is going to be used next year, but I just want us to kind of notice that and go, is there a way that we can use more of that for next year to where, I just hate, every time I see $1 in the TIF fund, I think that's $1 we didn't have to borrow, basically.
Yeah. So now I'll let her talk about what she has budgeted to come out of the TIF fund next year.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Alberta Barrett, Finance Director for the record. So what we have budgeted in '27 out of the Transportation Improvement Fund is $2,359,013. So that would leave you about 6.5. To answer your question, yes, you can use some for street projects if they're on the Transportation Improvement.
The Mobility Master Plan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if you guys can look at that, because something tells me the projects we're picking next year, somewhere they're on that.
I can research, yes.
And if not, the projects that we're doing that are on there that basically move the money around, use that 6 million, and so that would leave us 4 million in the hole we got to find. Because right now we need 10 million in borrowing next year to hit what we said we do. And if that's 6 million that we're not using, that leaves us 4.
Yes, I understand.
Yes, if they're on there, yes.
Yeah.
We'll
okay.
research that.
So that's one. And I'm not going to hold you to, it might be 3.5 million we made up. But, okay, then the next one, the ARPA funds. So I wanted to verify on this. We still have money in the ARPA fund. 2 questions. One, has the county given us everything they promised us, or they still got to vote to give us more?
No, we received everything that we were owed on that, and we've billed for that and collected it.
Okay, so what's it take to get this to zero this next budget year and then not track it? Because my guess is we got that money for the wastewater line, we zero it out and don't have to worry about it, right?
So what we're using it for at this moment is the Southeast Loop wastewater interceptor. And so we'll spend the rest of that money on that project, which is right now about 407,000 is what we're going to project to have left.
Okay.
So.
But that line costs more than 6 million, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It did.
I mean, it's.
Yes,
it was
we're just
buku
using a small
expensive,
piece
so
of the ARPA funds.
Can we,
for it.
I mean, I didn't finish my degree in accounting, but can we just not move the money around to where this gets zeroed out? Because we've obviously spent more than we ever had in this fund, right?
Yes.
Because we spent ratepayer money. So I'd just like us to look at that, like how to zero this out and not worry about it. Because every time I see the ARPA money, I'm like, but that's just one.
We're spending it as we spend on that project. So it's one of the first items that we'll spend. I mean.
Right, but we've spent more than 10 million on that line though, right?
Yes, and we've done it for other projects too. It's not just been that project. That's what we have left. That project that we're using the ARPA funds for. We've used
So
ARPA.
what he's saying is instead of having 400,000 left,
Yes,
spend it down to 0.
yes,
And leave the other 400,000 over in the CO.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever it takes to get rid of that.
I will prioritize that.
And then on page 529, this is, I guess it's like a new harp of mine. Let's see, so I talked to James a little bit about this before the meeting. Our wastewater impact fees. Again, we got like August, September, 2 months to go. We're at 20%, and so I don't know if it's because development's down, if we've chased off development, but developers keep thinking our impact fees are higher than they are, and so I'm gonna probably talk with James a little bit about maybe some communication or some things we can do on our form, because I'm almost positive, and tell me if I'm wrong, when we project what we're going to charge wastewater rates and all that, we're expecting the 6.3 million we're missing right now, we're expecting that money to come in order for all those numbers to keep mathing out, right?
To some extent, yes, but we've done reprojections based on the actual numbers. So when we bring back the end of the year budget amendment next month, this is one of the funds that will get amended down. But in our long range projection, to some degree, those need to hold closer to what we have projected in that long-range plan for those numbers to hold true.
Yeah, so that's my concern is if it's, I think we need to figure out is how much of that 5 million we're in the hole, it was residential. And basically, I think we need to know how did we get so far off? Because if we have to then raise water rates because our impact fees are trending extremely lower than what we projected, I just want to make sure it's not because we raised them too high, which I don't think we did when James and I did the math. I think it's people are inputting the numbers wrong because they call me up and they're freaked out about the impact number. And I'm like, I don't think it's that high. And then when I do it, because Matt Rector and I went through this, I'm like, I'm getting like half the number. So in my mind, I'm like, how many people before they call the city punch that in and go, I can't afford to be there. So I just bring that up so that whenever I'm hitting on that no one say nothing. And then page, I think it's 546 in the pack I'm looking at now. This is the overall deal. 546. You got to see what it's like to be in my family. I'm not worried about every nickel everybody spends.
And the thermostat.
And the thermostat, which by the way, he tried to get me at 68. It's 71 now. We are not spending money we don't need to spend. Okay, so this is our total fee. This is something I think council should always be looking at because again, you see on this is every month of our development fees. And you can see like we're over in our planning and zoning. We're half of what we're supposed to be on engineering. It makes you start wondering, why is that? We're almost maybe 40% of our building permit fees. And you get all the way down and, we're over on our traffic impact fees. And then you get down to the water impact fees where, again, 40% of that or 60% of that were 20% of our impact fees. And so you start seeing some pretty big holes. And you add this up, this is all income that we're budgeting for and we're allocating to go spend on stuff. And so I'm not trying to get us to develop faster, but if we're going to slow down, whatever's causing us to slow down, whether it be economic, internally, we're doing something, the council's making poor decisions, whatever we're doing, I mean, we're off. We're like 50% of where we're supposed to be. We got 2 months to go. So there's $8 million that Alberta's going to have to come up with what to do with. Some of it's going to be as a pass-through, I think, where some of these site plan review fees, people pay us $1,000 and we spend $1,000. But some of them are affecting our water rates, our wastewater rates. Some of them go to other stuff. So just more that I'm always cognizant of. And then the last one, if you go to the very next page, is budget transfers year to date. So some of this, tell me if I'm wrong, James, some of this is decisions we're making.
Correct.
And a lot of it's decisions you're making or your staff's making.
Correct.
And so as I go through every red, that's a money saved. And then the black is money used. And what it appears is take like the first line. We decreased by $9,950 our use of digital ads, which is great. Then we spent it on the website chatbot, which Abby's saying that was great too.
Right.
But I'm just saying we take away and we find something. Later on in here, I'm going to try to pick on everybody in every department, but later on in here, we have like savings from baseball equipment and sod replacement, and we spent it on an invoice that was late from a year ago. And then we get down and we have savings from not renewing our EPCOR reservations, which would help out our water fund, but then we bought like a trailer with the money. And none of this I'm saying we don't need. I'm going to get to a point here. We have money where we use less range time, less ammunition, and we bought other stuff with it. When I added up all the red for the year, it was $723,920. And so this is going to come off as a little callous, but to me, that's the fat in government. When you can sit there and say, hey, you know what? I really want this other item, so I can forego this over here. In exchange, I get this over here. That's the money that we got to figure out to where, and I'm not saying it should always be lined up. There's never pluses and minuses, because even the council does that. We come right after we pass a budget, we say, hey, we want to go spend money on something we didn't budget. So I think it's everybody in this room and then that works in this building has got to look that if you can save money whenever you want like a trailer, then that's money you probably shouldn't have ever asked for in a budget. And if you can save money on range time and ammunition, then we got to budget it better because that $40,000 in ammunition we didn't spend, or $30,000, it was pretty significant. That's $30,000 some other department didn't get what they wanted because we said, no, our police need the ammunition, they need range time. So I'm not asking for people to like cut stuff out just to cut it out. But when you look through here, all the departments, I mean, we cut out office supplies, books and materials, just to a tune of $750,000. And so I'm like, that's money that, I don't know. I think some of this stuff, I think what's kind of happened is we just throw out numbers, not to exceed numbers. And then what I always hear is from people from time to time is, well, there's money in the budget, or we can find money in the budget. Well, there's always money in the budget because when we really need 1,000, we ask for 2,000. And we get 2,000 sometimes, and then whenever we want something else, we just move the money around. But it's how it feels, not saying it's always that way. But looking through it, I was like, damn, when I added that up, I thought it was going to be just, $100,000. I got up to 700. I was like, holy cow. But I don't know what percent that is of our, what was our budget last year? Like 26 million?
It's very, very small. So it is
About
like
30
1 or 2%.
5 million.
What's our budget, 26 million?
What's the combined water, general fund and utility fund?
They're going to be closer to about 75, 80 million.
All right.
So it's like,
So-
it's not as big. I mean, I understand $750,000 sounds like a lot, but 1% variance on a budget is really not as big of a thing.
It reminds me of a, oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the fact that we can get the budget 99% accurate, we should be celebrating that. So
I know. I'm just saying there was an article I read once about Steve Jobs. He was making an iPod and he told his engineers make it smaller and they said, we can't. It cannot go any smaller. He took it, dropped it in the fish tank, and when the air bubbles came up, he said, there's your space. And so I'm just saying, as we enter budget season, we should all remember everything that you ask for, because I know, I've been in budgets. I know there are people out there in this building who have like, I know the mayor's gonna come cracking, so I really need 5, I'm gonna ask for 8. That way I've got some room. When you do that, you're taking away from somebody else, because we're not gonna raise taxes, so you got a finite number, so.
well, that doesn't make it past us. Maybe like my first year before I knew anything.
It always makes it by a little bit, because you couldn't decrease, if you can decrease that digital spending by 2,000, that's 2,000 we should never have asked for.
That was actually a decision that council made and directed, was to use the chat bot, and then because the digital ads, I think council also was like, why are we spending so much on digital ads? So
Right.
that is one that I
Which
think,
is us, where like at budget time, we should have questioned that in the beginning and
Sure.
cut it in the beginning, because when we first cut it,
right.
someone didn't get something they wanted. Is the kind of where I'm going is there's a finite pot, and so every dollar we take that we don't need.
Yeah, that I agree with and I completely support.
Yeah.
But I just, budget is meant to be a guidance document. I try very hard to keep it as accurate as possible for what we propose to y'all.
And we
Yeah.
do a great job.
Thank you. We go to a lot of effort to support and articulate like where the dollars are coming from, or what they're going to go to, so that way y'all know exactly what it's to be spent on. And because of that level of detail, I would say, is you end up with, I need to move $500 from this line item over here to cover this thing, and that's okay in my book. What's not okay is what you're talking about, is like I've just got these padded numbers so I can just go do what I want to do. And every one of these have to go through review of multiple staff before it ever gets to me. And I have actually said no to budget transfers in the past. So it's not uncommon for me to say, no, I'm not going to authorize that. So
I wouldn't be Mike without being Mike.
I understand.
So, all right.
I wouldn't be me without being me, though, right?
To that, the utility fund is about 41 million. The general fund is approximately 35 million, and so that's less than 1%.
That's good. 0.5% is only 350,000. So we got goals, right? I mean, he doesn't want to spend any money, so
I like how you said that every dollar that we take, I say steal, you say take, but I appreciate you saying it.
Yeah. So anyway,
Just like that, they started making iPods waterproof.
Yeah, I know, for that reason, right? Yeah, I'll teach you a lesson. All right, that's all I had. So overall, I'm saying great. We're doing great. It's just as we get bigger, this is kind of how the city of Austin can run a $2 billion budget. And then the mayor there said, go through my numbers, you can't find any way to cut. And then they found out that the city manager was, getting $400,000 worth of extras. And it's things like that, that as you get bigger, that 1% gets bigger. And in reality, we just got to always be cognizant of what we're doing and know that, hey, the public's always going to scrutinize it more than we are.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
yep.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the July 2026 financial report.
Motion by Councilmember Morris, seconded by Councilmember Zepeda. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Sorry.
Either way. it's fine.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. Next time, just say Evan.
Yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
he don't even like the titles.
Exactly.
I'm literally
Yeah.
reading it. I'm sorry.
Mayor, Councilmember Evan.
Thank you.
All right, that passes 7-0. Next, we have item 9.1, consideration and possible action on ordinance number O-2026-042, authorizing the notice and publication of the joint public hearing of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council to be held on September 17, 2026 at 7 p.m. to consider recommendations and possible action upon an ordinance repealing and replacing Article 16.02 of the Hutto City Code, the Unified Development Code of the City of Hutto, Texas. And I'll make a motion that we authorize the notice and publication of this joint public hearing, and that we also take the sign code out of the code and add it to a separate city code, and that we incorporate the legal changes into it and then post it on the website for the public.
Could you repeat all that, please?
Yeah. So we approve the ordinance number O-2026-042, authorizing the notice and publication of the hearing, and that we take the sign code out of the UDC and put it in a separate city code. We incorporate the legal comments, and then we post it, a clean copy, on the website.
Second.
And the reason I've done this, in talking to Dottie, if we take the sign code out of the UDC and add to a separate city code, if we ever make a change, we don't have to go through meeting with P&Z, then a public process. We can just make a change to the sign code. And then I wanted to incorporate the legal changes into a document, and then part of this whole process has got to be posted on the website. And so I think, did I catch everything I talked to you about?
Yes. And I'll get with Howard and get a Word copy of the sign code that's in the UDC and work on how to put that in the regular city code
Yeah.
so that we can have it at the same meeting.
Yeah, what I was telling Dottie is if we can't figure out how to make this simpler, if we do decide to just strike the sign code completely, that way it's in the city code and we still have the UDC. If we figure out how to simplify the process and not make it so complicated, we don't have to go back, publish, and go through the joint meetings and all that. We can just then take the changes, have it in the city code, and then, because I'm sure we're going to overcorrect, and then Howard's going to show us where we've made mistakes, and then on the flip side, we can then add code back in pretty quickly when we see a mistake. And so that way we can move a little bit more streamlined if we do it that way. It's kind of what my thinking was.
One of the comments that I wanted to open for discussion was that last week when we were going through this exercise, one of the things that was discussed and brought up was a 10-month review from P&Z. Do you remember that conversation that we had?
Yes, I remember. If this passed, they would then go back, after this is passed, they would go back and spend whatever time it was, up to 10 months, digging in and really going through and amending it, possibly chapter by chapter.
Okay. And then once they did that, they would be presenting that month by month or at the end of 10 months? And so how does that affect what we're doing right now, looking into the future?
I don't think it really affects what we're doing. I mean, I think they'll bring them back as they have something for us.
Mhm.
That was the impression I got from the discussion. So I don't think it really impacts this decision tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it
And we
affects,
can always ask them to adjust if we don't like the way that it's coming back to us.
yeah, I don't think it affects us. What it will do is we will then, if they go through 3 chapters, like chapter 3 is the bulk of the document.
Mhm.
So if they go through chapter 1, 2, and 3, and Howard can correct me if I'm wrong, but, or Dottie, if they go through that and they say, hey, these are changes we really think need to be made and we agree with it, we have to meet again as a joint body.
No, you don't have to meet as a joint body. You can amend a section and take it to P and Z and just do amendments like that. Because you're whole scale revising the entire UDC, this is why you use the joint meeting process, so that you don't have to notice people
So it's
individually.
even faster. So they could bring us a chapter, say, hey, we've got some errors we think we need to be addressed. We agree. We vote, boom, pass. It gets updated. We're done.
Right.
Okay.
It's a text amendment.
Streamlines it.
That's
Okay.
even faster than I thought. All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. All right, Kate didn't think she'd be up here before 9, I bet. Next, we have item 10-1.
2 minutes.
Discussion and possible action regarding the project sequencing and timelines for FM 1660 South at US 79, T04, and CR 199, T19.
Okay, good evening. Kate Moriarty, Executive Director of Administrative Services. So 2 points of discussion this evening. So you'll note in your AIR the anticipated timelines for construction for 1660 South and then also for 199. 199 is anticipated to be, I believe it was 22 months construction. Another thing to note with this project is we don't currently have the funding for it. We are working holistically to update the construction estimate costs that are in this 5-year CIP plan. So perhaps it's not the 19.5 million that's captured currently. Another note is that in the original scope of with Freeze and Nichols, utility coordination specifically with TxDOT and UPRR was not included. And so in a more recent supplemental approved with Freeze and Nichols, that started to re-engage them. You might also recall, I believe summer of last year, there was additional direction to go ahead and include the Front Street improvements in 199. I think there was prior conversation to include it in the 1660 project, but there was the intent to not delay it even further. And so TxDOT and UPRR coordination has not taken place yet with 199. So Freeze and Nichols is trying to generate what an anticipated timeline might look like for that coordination, but that is an outstanding question mark. So happy to entertain any discussion before we get into the scheduling options with 1660.
So really what you're saying is, as much as we'd like to maybe switch,
Yeah.
it's just not.
We maybe can't. Not the cards.
Correct.
Well, I appreciate you running that exercise because I think at least that way we can tell the public, because they're going to ask the question, hey, could we? And we can say, actually, no. As complicated as this is, we actually ran that exercise and we can't.
Yes.
So it wasn't a complete waste of your time.
No, I learned more about the project, so.
All right.
Okay. Switching over to 1660 South. So in the last CIP update that was provided to you all, staff had just gotten some news about some coordination that had happened between TxDOT and UPRR that was going to potentially impact what we had understood to be the anticipated letting timeframe of the project, which was February originally. The largest surprise in all of this and kind of what prompted it is TxDOT was under the impression that we were going to be able to run the construction and maintenance agreements with UPRR while getting an estimate on what the cost was going to be. And TxDOT had every understanding that that was going swimmingly. And then UPRR came back and said, no, we're actually just doing the estimate right now. We are not going to draft this agreement while we're getting the estimate of the costs. So all that to say, there are three options that staff is asking for direction for. One of the risks that is, I don't think, articulated up there is while the anticipated timeline for the construction and maintenance agreement is in that April timeframe, that would allow us to potentially shift to that May, June that you see in option 2. I don't know what the possibility is of it getting shifted again. And we have been coordinating with a congressional office to see what support their casework team might be able to provide working with UPRR. So staff's recommendation is to just completely shift the letting to May, June in anticipation of something potentially getting pushed again with UPRR and not start and effectively stop a project.
So Kate's recommendation is option 2.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
And Kate, I'm only making that motion because you come across as one of the more detailed people that's come up to where when we throw like our crazy questions at you, you typically have the answers, or you've already gone down that rabbit trail once and have reasoning. And so with you going through this, I'm gonna, and it's better to say it was your idea if it goes south. So. And that was seconded by King.
Yes.
But I trust that what you're saying is you've had the conversations. You're talking with I forget his name. His name's not Howard. What?
I think it's very close to that with
the congressional
Judge Carter's office, Representative Carter's office, their chief of staff.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I know we're working this every way we can.
Yes.
Well, that was option 2. Okay. So motion for option 2. Any other discussion? All right. Hearing none. Please call the vote.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Aye.
Councilmember King.
Aye.
Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Dottie, we're going to executive session here. Which items you were saying we don't really need to discuss right now?
So Adam Morgaine, we're still gathering information to give to the surety to resolve that, so we'd ask to have that postponed to 9/3. The release of the audio and transcripts, I don't think we've gotten anything to go in there and discuss releasing. We don't, I mean, nobody gave me
Has anybody got
anything.
any legal questions for that?
Hold on, David's.
You have a legal question?
We have it prepared,
Yeah.
and I do have.
There's legal questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Well, then we can do that. The third amendment to the incentive agreement, we provided a resolution with the agreement. If there's no legal questions on that, we can just move that to
Legal
12-2.
questions on Paradigm? All right. All right, well, I'll start reading here. I'll go back, let's see, it's 9:05. Go back for 11.1, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding A, the proposed Hutto Gateway Development Agreement, including related provisions and/or agreements for a public improvement district and a tax increment reinvestment zone. B, the Opus Development Agreement, including the construction of off-site public improvements and the securing of public utility easements related thereto. D, sales tax sharing interlocal agreements and proposed interlocal agreement for fire services with the Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3. F, release of audio and transcripts of ESD3 subcommittee meetings. G, Blue Hub tax abatement agreement and creation of a tax abatement zone. Item 11.2, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney and deliberations pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.072 real property, 551.087 economic development negotiations related to pending economic development projects being considered by the Hutto Economic Development Corporation or the City of Hutto, including but not limited to A, Project Core, B, Project Blue Hub, C, Project Crawford, D, Project Air, E, Project Orchard, F, Project Innovate, and G, Project 107 East Street. And finally, 11.3, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation, and Section 551.072, real estate, to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding the acquisition of real property interests for right-of-way along CR 199 and CR 132, drainage easement along CR 199, and public utility easement at the intersection of CR 199 and 132. The time is 9:05, or 9:07, sorry. Right, so 11:12, we're back from executive session. No action was taken. Brings us up to item 12.1, consideration possible action related to executive session agenda items listed above.
So Mayor and Council, for 11.1A, the proposed Hutto Gateway Development Agreement and the provisions relating to the Public Improvement District and Tax Reinvestment Zone, we would request that council approve resolution number R-2026-171, calling the public hearing to create the Public Improvement District as your first action, and then the second action, a motion to direct staff to begin preparing the preliminary project and financing plan for the Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone.
So moved.
What was the resolution number?
R-2026-171.
Second.
It's okay that my motion incorporates both those actions, right?
Yes, you can say so moved, what the city attorney said.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Move any other action?
Oh, yeah, I have one. I didn't know if Dottie had something else. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to release audio and transcripts if PIR is made to release portions as allowed by law, redacting portions that refer to personal health information related to the ESD 3 subcommittee meetings.
Second.
Motion
And
by,
to make the record clear, can we say public information?
Oh, I'm
Act
sorry,
request?
Public Information Act request.
Yeah.
That's what PIR stands for.
motion by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield, seconded by Councilmember Morris. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And then I make a motion that we direct staff to send a letter to the county calling, asking for them to set an election for our voters for a 80-20 sales tax split with the ESD.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield. Any discussion on the motion?
And that is in relation to 11.1D, the sales tax sharing interlocal agreements and proposed agreements.
Yes.
Yes.
My only comment is that I think it would be premature.
All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Nay.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. Any other items from the executive session you guys had written down?
Just the 12.2, which is the paradigm.
12.2, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-170 to approve a third amendment to the incentive agreement with Paradigm Manufacturing Incorporated. I'll make a motion to approve that resolution as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, that brings us to item 13.1, general comments from City Council. All right, item 13.2, future agenda items. All right, and we will adjourn at 11:17 p.m.
you.